All right, everyone. Hello. Welcome back to FF16. All right, so looks like I need to adjust my chair a little bit. I need to move it down, I think. Now I'm too tall in this chair. Before, I had to keep moving my chair up. I have to move it down. All right, so this is turning into a longer game than I thought it was. Okay, there it goes. All right. I don't know why my mic was not working. Sometimes it just like stops working. And I unplugged it and plugged it back in again and it still wasn't working. So I always thought it was because, I mean, my mic does that sometimes, but I always thought it was because the cord comes out, but that didn't do anything, so I don't know. Anyway, I don't know what of that went through, but this game has turned into a lot longer game than I thought it was going to be. Of course, I am doing a lot of side stuff and like hunt board marks. All right, so I'm thinking, are they gonna, okay, so I'm free to travel. So what I'm thinking is, I think I'm gonna take care of these side quests first. So I think we should have enough time to do both main quests because apparently the first one's pretty short.
Mindless though they are, an Akashic horde large enough to besiege the free cities is not to be trifled with. We must proceed with caution.
Okay, I don't even remember him being there last time I left off. Okay, we have to talk to Karen, I guess, for what?
Lady Karen.
Oh, this Gooch's side quest? Not even on the sidebar.
You're doing good trade then? Both in and out of the hideaway?
Can't complain. Wait, what exactly are you getting at? Not once in 5 long years do you pay my affairs half a care, but here you are today raking me over the coals like a bloody popoto.
Popoto?
Asking. Out of interest. All right. I'm here because I was told that certain rumors have been circulating about you selling weapons to brigands.
Oh, are ya? And who was it who knows me so well as to tell tales of my evil exploits?
I didn't exactly hear firsthand. All I know is that someone in Dalamil has been spreading word to that effect.
And what? You believe it? You think I'm profiting off the blood of innocents, do you? Look, I've done things I'm not proud of. Might be there were a time when I turned a blind eye to the wretchedness of the world so I could line my pocket. But that woman is no more. And you'd know that if you'd ever paid the slightest bit of notice.
You're right, Lady Karen. I apologize. It was wrong of me to doubt you.
Aye, it was. Now, I reckon you've got better things to do than pointing your do-gooding finger at a poor old woman.
Of course. Good day.
Oh, so I guess I picked up a lot of side quests because it wasn't even on... Yeah, it's not even on the sidebar. It's listed with my other side quests. Is that the whole side quest? She just says, no, I'm not selling to criminals, and I go back and tell Goots, like, oh, she says she's not.
I spoke with Lady Karen.
What did she say?
That the rumors were unfounded, and that I was a fool for thinking they might hold any truth, along with some other things that made her feelings clear. And while it sounds like she may have done things she regretted in her past, she says those days are behind her.
Oh, well, that's good. I knew Nan wasn't caught up in out bad. But why would people say she was? What did she ever do to them? It's not right.
No, it's not. But people do things for all sorts of reasons. Perhaps we'll never know.
Well, I'm going to find out. That trader, he said they were all talking about her in Dalimil. So that's where I'm going. I'll find someone who'll tell me, you'll see.
Are you sure that's wise? Whoever's spreading these rumors means Karen ill.
Oh, right. But that's why you'll be coming with me, isn't it, Clive?
No, of course.
I suppose it is.
So there is more.
I'll find out who's been making up lies about poor Nan, and when I do, I don't know what I'll do, but it won't be pretty.
Alright, well, there's a few other things we can do here first. So now we've got to go to Dalimil and Martha's Rest.
We're all gonna die! You hear me?
Okay, so this one was the thing about the scales.
I say we should just tell...
Well, it's broken. We can see it right there. So they did break it. So this was a side quest I got last time. The teacher said the kids borrowed a scale and wouldn't give it back.
Your studies, I see.
And she was afraid that they broke it, and it looks like they did.
It's not a set of scales, is it?
No. Of course it isn't.
Well, not anymore, it's not. Oh,
So long hasn't it been one?
we're sorry.
But we didn't break them. We dismembered them.
Oh, okay.
Just like Miss Mididol showed us.
Miss Mididol? And why would she have you dismembering her creations?
Because that's the only way to become a ninja-neer.
Miss Mididol said, the best way to see how something works is to take it apart and put it back together again.
Well then, your work is already half done. Carry on.
So Mid's real name is Mididol?
The taking apart was easy enough, but it's the putting back we can't work out.
Speak for yourself. The heavy thing goes at the bottom. Then...
You three need to learn to take responsibility for your actions.
I agree.
Have a look at these parts with fresh eyes, shall we? All right. Everything here was once part of Miss Mididol's scales. Every piece has its own role to play, and each is just as important as the others. If even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. So let's think about what those roles might be. You already know one of the pieces. The body. Its role is to support everything else. But what of the others?
Which part will you inspect? The arm, the pans, the gear. I mean, well, we gotta do all of them, so might as well just go down the line.
This is called the arm. Why do you suppose that is? It doesn't look much like an arm.
You're right. It looks more like a wing. Like a chocobo wing!
The middle looks like a heart.
Before, haven't you, Sid? Will you teach me to ride one day?
I'll think about it. Now, what do arms do?
Hold things. So wait, maybe this arm holds things too?
Good thinking. You're on the right track.
Wow, where did this come from? I guess we never really seen Clive interact much with children. But he's a really good teacher.
These round parts are called the pans. You all know what a pan is, don't you?
I do. Molly uses them in the kitchens to fry bangers. But these aren't for frying bangers, you idiot. They're for weighing stuff. But what if I wanted to weigh Goot? I don't think he'd fit on that little thing.
Probably not.
What are the
Different
chains
scales for different things, kid.
Holding the pans up?
Well spotted. Which means something must hold the chains up in turn. This tiny piece is what's called a cogwheel, or gear. Have you ever seen one before?
I
A
have.
cogwheel? Wait, is that the full word for it? I thought it was just a cog.
Water on the floor.
She puts them in all her inventions. They spin round and round and round and round and...
That's right. They're very useful when you want to make things move. Do you remember if there was anything on the scales that moved?
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple. And then somebody ate it.
It's not my fault. You shouldn't have tried weighing it before lunch.
We know what part's supposed to move and how it's supposed to move. So, let's put the pieces together first, see what doesn't move, and then stick the cogwheel to that.
Not a bad idea. You see? It's not so difficult. So, now that we've taken stock of the parts and learned what they do, what do you think?
I think we've got it.
Then here's what we'll do. You tell me what goes where, and I'll put the scales together.
Well, obviously you need to start with the body. All the other pieces fit onto it, don't they?
And the arms go on the body, just like real arms. Or wings, if you're a chocobo. And then the arms hold the pans by the chains.
Very good.
Okay, so not only do we not even get to like interact with the scale, like they could have had you do something where you actually get to build it.
Yes.
So not only did they not do that,
It's
but we didn't even get to see him put it
I
together.
just put the pieces together. It was you three engineers who showed me how.
That's right. We're Miss Mididol's hairs.
Her hairs.
Yeah, hairs for the future.
Hairs.
She's showing us her secrets now, so we can help out the hideaway when we're older.
What do you think, Sid? Are we almost ready?
With a little more help from Miss Mididol and Miss Shirley, I'd say it won't be long at all.
You hear that? It won't be long.
Until then, though, do try to be honest with Miss Shirley.
Hey, look! We never used the cogwheel.
You don't think Sid forgot about it, do you?
Okay. What kind of lesson is that?
Didn't happen to forget anything, did you, Sid?
Well, how did nobody else notice while I was still standing there? I saw it too, but I thought it was just stuff lying on the table that they were like, the animators were just like, oh, well, it's better, it looks better if we have some stuff there. Is there going to be a scene where they try to use a scale and it just falls apart? I mean, I guess that would be a good lesson too. Then they can learn that they have to try things several times before they succeed. Or maybe that is the lesson Sid's trying to teach them.
It was as you thought. The children had the scales, or the parts of them at least. They dismantled them to see how they worked.
Oh, no, Mid will have my head.
Thankfully she won't. This might even have been her idea. Although I was the one who ended up teaching the lesson.
I'm so sorry, Sid. I know how busy you are. I shall see that the children are properly punished.
Please, there's no need. Mid seems to have taken the three of them under her wing. She's even calling them her heirs. She'd have them follow in her footsteps. and her father's.
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been spending so much time at the hideaway of late?
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events in Canva. Is that not true?
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition, room, and board, they asked her to oversee the design of several new war engines.
Oh.
To anyone else, it would be an opportunity, but to Mid, who lost both her parents to war, it was a bitter pill. One she was none too keen to swallow. But that should come as no surprise. She's only ever cared about bringing people hope. The very last thing war can be said to do.
Which explains her heirs. She's working to give them a better life. And so should I. What's the odd engineering lesson?
Oh, you've given them far more than that. And I'm sure they're very grateful.
Okay. Well, that quest wasn't quite as good as some of the others. I guess you learned a little bit more about Mid, though. We didn't know anything about her mom.
If Mid is teaching my pupils her secrets, I suppose I should brush up on some of them myself.
But I guess now we know she died. I mean, she wasn't around when we met Sid, so I guess she had already passed away.
Lawsman Harpocrates. I've come to pick your brain if you don't mind. It's about the book you lent Ivan.
Ah, Valisthea, A Culinary Pilgrimage, a classic. One of my favorites, in fact. The young man did a wonderful job with the Chance's stew. I do hope we shall be able to sample more such marvels in due course.
That's actually why I'm here. I don't suppose you know where I might find skyworm livers and drake's mint.
Ah, so the fabled Sanbriquois delicacy is next on the menu. Delightful. The descriptions of fried mortress never fail to make my mouth water. Now, skyworm is a somewhat antiquated name for the wyvern, their ground livers being the paste from which the mortress is made.
Dragon livers. How very Sanbriquois.
One would have thought the disciples of Bahamut would have a touch more reverence for their icon's brethren, but apparently not. I believe the specific dragon the recipe demands is the blueback wyvern, said to be the very color of the sea beside which it resides.
So we know where to look for our liver. But what about the drake's mint?
Saint's bonnet in contemporary parlance, a herb which grows along the North Reach coast. I gather that one can locate the cheerful yellow flowers by their heady scent alone, so I'm sure you'll have no trouble finding them. I may add that people once believed game was best served with the flora that sustained it in life, in which regard fried mortress of skyworm is undoubtedly a typical dish of the time.
Meaning that if I find one, I find the other. To Northreach, then.
Best of luck, Clive. And do save me a bite once the dish is complete.
So why couldn't the guy that wanted to know this, why couldn't he just
next you'd visit?
Ask
I have
Tomes himself?
New notes that might interest you.
I mean, I had the same question when I first got this quest.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Okay, so now we gotta go other places. Okay, I guess we might as well keep doing this quest, where we get the drake's mint and the skyworm livers. I have not spent a lot of time in Northreach.
There were ghosts at the gates, not days.
You know, one thing about this game, and I think I've mentioned this last stream too, but the towns in this game are really not interesting at all, which is unusual for a Final Fantasy game. I usually like to explore all the different towns and villages and stuff, but this one, they're just not interesting at all. There's like nothing in them. You can't really go into any of the buildings.
We had a herald from the Dominion. Said Twinside's fallen and the Emperor's dead. And the Empress. And the Prince. left to rule. Empire's done for.
Well, that's true.
To the meadows, then.
Ready, go?
Yeah!
Hippocrates said I should be able to find what I'm looking for somewhere nearby.
Well, there's one of those
Dragons and
dragons.
bright yellow flowers. Should be easy enough to spot.
Well, especially when I just have a marker that tells me exactly where to go.
This must be our wyvern. All right, let's get this over with.
Over here!
Oh, he dodged me.
Over here! It's over.
Raptor liver. Some naturalists believe that it is the blueback wyvern's proclivity to feed on carrion that results in their livers becoming so engorged, and that the saints' bonnets with which they follow their meals serve to ameliorate this effect. Others claim that it is the blooms themselves which cause the damage, the wyverns being so taken with the flower's taste that they cannot resist. Why is it called a raptor liver, though?
That's the wyvern's liver. Now I just need to find the herbs. Bright yellow with a heady scent. I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her recipe.
Alright, easy enough. While this pungent herb, once known as drakesman, has known curative properties, it does have the ability to mask foul odors and flavors, which is why it is found in recipes involving particularly foul-smelling flesh, such as the lights and livers of wild beasts. Oh.
Better head back.
So that's the only reason it's in this recipe? I guess before we go back, we can travel around to these other places and work on some of these other side quests. And then if I have to go back to the hideaway, then I'll just get all of what I need to do at the hideaway all at once.
The fates seem bent on driving me from my inn. But if they want me out, gonna have to try harder.
No. I just assumed I had to talk to Martha, but I have to go find Rutherford. I don't even remember what this quest is. Oh, is he in there?
My lord Marquis, is that you? It is.
Oh, yeah.
Then you
It's Byron's servant.
I am Sebastian Rutherford, chief steward of your Lord Uncle's estate?
Of course. We met once before.
Yes, my lord. Thank you for coming.
And what was so sensitive that you couldn't put it in writing?
1,000 apologies, my lord. I did not mean to offend. I merely...
It's all right. Continue.
I am here at Martha's Rest, at the behest of your Lord Uncle, tasked with learning what I am able of the realm's current state of affairs. And what I have learned is grim. The fall of the Mother Crystals has left Storm in a state of utter disarray. The subsequent darkening of the heavens has only made things worse. Akashic attacks, once unthinkable, are now commonplace. The gears of governance have ground to a halt, and without a steady hand on the tiller, the realm threatens to drift into utter chaos. Your Lord Uncle, however, believes there is a way to avoid this fate, and is determined to see it set in motion.
That sounds like quite the undertaking.
It is. Hence my having enlisted the aid of several colleagues serving the 7 high houses. Alas, I have lost contact with 2 of those colleagues already. They are both able-bodied and trained in the sword, yet in these dark times, even that may not prove sufficient to keep a man safe on the road.
So you want me to find them? I'll need to know where they went.
One I sent to investigate the Republic, the other the old Imperial capital of Oriflamme.
That doesn't exactly narrow it down. I suppose I'll start in Dalamil and work my way east.
Thank you, my lord. I shall pray for your success and safety.
So these side quests are getting really long.
My associate in Dhalmekia would have had to pass through the Republic's checkpoints to gain entry to the capital. Perhaps someone in Dalamil or Tabor would have seen him.
Okay, so I was doing like all the side quests because they were always really short, but this time they are getting really long. Well, we have to go to Dalamil for these other 2 quests. So I had to go meet Rutherford at Martha's Rest only for him to tell me to go somewhere else.
It's not going to be easy finding one man in an entire republic. Let's hope someone here's seen something. It shouldn't be too hard to find goods.
The gentleman of the town guard.
You wouldn't happen to know if the pieces that were stolen from my store were recovered, would you? They were irreplaceable.
Oh, this one's the Goots side quest. Okay, let's do the Rutherford quest first. Let's just finish that up.
We haven't seen the last of those bastards, but when they attack again, we'll be ready for them.
Someone's got himself in trouble.
I don't see your master here, so you can start by giving us all the coppers in your purse.
I already told you, I have nothing.
Then maybe we'll take that pretty outfit and the steel you're wearing.
Please! These men are trying to rob me!
I'll deal with this.
Yeah, we can see that.
Thank you.
You that one's master, then? If you'd kindly pay the coin he owes us, we can pretend you didn't draw your blade on Republican soldiers.
Or you can go back to your garrison and I won't report you to your captain.
Oh, you're more than welcome to. He hasn't had many visitors since we slit his throat.
Always a fight. Always a fight in this game. This is the one major complaint I have about this game, is that there aren't enough puzzles or like just, I don't know, like ways you can get through something just with dialogue. Or something that's like not a fight.
I'd expect as much from Hugo's faithful, but these were men of the fist.
Much has changed in the Republican army since they lost their rock.
You've seen this kind of thing before, then?
Many times. I was sent here to observe the situation.
You're one of Rutherford's men. He sent me to look for you.
Well, then you have my thanks. I fancy I could defend myself against one, perhaps two, but a whole regiment... I arrived in Dalimil several days ago, but when I called upon the captain of the local garrison to make inquiries, his men confiscated my effects and locked me in a cell.
The captain is no more, and his men make the rules now.
Fortunately, I was able to bribe my way free, only to be stopped again by those soldiers you so kindly dispatched.
What of the Fist's Central Command? Surely they wouldn't allow such lawlessness amongst their ranks.
I would imagine they are unaware of it. Most of the army has fallen back to the capital and hunkered down behind her walls. Those who weren't recalled now rule the fringes unchecked, answering to no one but themselves.
Then it's worse than we imagined. You should return to Rosaria. It's not safe here.
I'll find a caravan heading north. You won't mind if I borrow one of these soldiers' coin purses?
So when I first asked, or Clive, I guess, first asked Rutherford about this,
to find this second associate of
Rutherford just said, like, oh, well, one
bound for Oriflamme.
Went over to Dalimil.
Start at Northreach and see if I can pick up his trail.
And Clive was like, okay, well, that's a big area. That doesn't give me much to go on. But we found him literally right outside of Dalimil. Okay, so I have to go back to Northreach. Okay, so since we're already here, let's just finish Boots' side quest. I was just at Northreach. So this whole place is called the Dalimil Inn. I guess this is like one giant building. It's more like a marketplace than it is an inn.
Could be I know something.
Clive, listen! I found someone who says he's heard the rumors about Nan.
Have you?
Go on. Tell him what you told me.
All right. It's like I said. A wizened old crone by the name of Karen's been selling steel to whoever will pay her price, be they knight or knave. Says the more swords and spears she puts in people's hands, the more war they'll wage. And the more war being waged, the more call for swords and spears. And who will they all turn to keep them in steel? Why, the good Reaper herself.
And you've seen this Reaper at work?
Aye, it just so happens I have. You'll find her right here plying her trade most days.
Here in Dalimil? Where exactly?
She has a stall here in the market, but if you're not the patient type, you can probably find her at her storehouse on the edge of town. But it'd be a bolder man than me that braved that particular nest of vipers. Feeling bold, traveler? I hope so, for your sake. Now, if that's all...
Well, it's definitely an impersonator because Karen doesn't have time to come to Dalamil all the time.
You don't think Nan's the Reaper, do you?
Not unless she's discovered the secret of how to be in two places at once.
That's what I said.
What do you mean?
Lady Karen hasn't left the hideaway in weeks. So who has been running this store he spoke of?
Good question.
Okay.
Go and have a look.
And I'll visit this storehouse on the edge of town.
All right.
I mean, I didn't...
Be careful, Clive.
I didn't think she had time to come to Dalamil all the time, but I didn't think she hadn't left the hideaway in weeks. I mean, she has to restock her stuff. She has to leave occasionally. Okay, so to get over there, I guess we have to go out the south gate. No, the south gate's over here. I have to go out the desert gate. So why is this one called the desert gate? Because it's all the desert. I mean, any one of these gates could be the desert gate. This should be like the east gate. Because, I mean, this way goes out to the desert, also. This is just like the north part of the desert. This is the south part of the desert. But all of them are technically desert gates.
The gentleman of the town guard is... What a mess.
You fought very bravely.
The safety of the town is in our hands.
Time to brave the Viper's Nest.
Okay, here's another thing I'm noticing. They keep reusing the same locations. I mean, not just the towns, but this is also
just you, is it?
Where I had to go gather like black sand. It was like right here.
It was a fairly unconvincing tale. So, what now?
That's up to you. Die a slow death or a quick one. Boys, he's all yours. But that sword is mine.
That's all you got. Does Clive look like a guy you could beat?
Leave now and we could pretend this didn't happen.
Oh yeah, and I also have Jill and Joshua and Torgal with me. I guess you don't necessarily have them with you though. That's why they never say anything. Another thing that's different about this game than other Final Fantasies is that you don't have a consistent party. So, like, sometimes you have Jill, sometimes you have, I don't know, Gav, sometimes you've got whoever. You usually have Torgal, though. I mean, there's only been a few times when you didn't have Torgal, and that was when Clive was just on his own. In some Final Fantasy games, you can even choose your party. So, I mean, traditionally, you had more characters than could fit in a party, and you picked the ones that you liked. I don't even remember how it worked in FF13. But I guess they didn't start until FF15, where you always had the same party every single time. It was just Noctis and his 3 friends.
Oh, you've done it now.
Go on. Tell me what I've done.
When the Borgwyn finds out you've killed his men, he'll have your head. He only wanted that bull of a manservant, the dim one always clinging to Karen's skirts. You.
What? Why?
Aren't even supposed to be here. Who the hell are you anyway?
What were you going to do to him?
The Borgwyn wanted him to get to Karen. I was only supposed to point the lamp in the right direction once he arrived in Dalamil. But then you turned up. Well, go on then. If you're going to end me, end me.
You're not worth the effort. Now be gone, before I change my mind.
Fucking coward!
I need to find Goots.
He's a coward because he wouldn't kill him?
Get your filthy paws off me, you naughty-pated lout!
Stop calling me names! And stop spreading them horrible lies about Nan!
Well, that will be easy enough. For they are not lies. Every last word is true. And she must pay for her crimes in blood.
Blood?
Goose, are you all right?
He's gonna kill Nan! He said she had to pay in blood!
After what she did, it is only right. She ruined my life and the lives of countless others. That loathsome harpy's very existence is a crime, and I will not allow it to continue. Goots, was it? I have no quarrel with you. Only with your employer. Run along now. You need not pay for her sins.
No.
No?
I don't care what she did. I won't let you hurt Nan. Promise me you won't hurt her, or I'll kill you myself!
Goots, no.
Enough, all of you!
But how did you?
You're a sight less clever than you think you are, the pair of you. Did you think I wouldn't notice the two of you slinking off together? Well, the whole thing got me thinking, who in Dalamil might bear me a grudge? And a certain snivelling shit I ran afoul of in my fairy years came to mind. Though it was just Bogan back then, wasn't it? I thought the years might have taught you some sense, but I see you're the same pants-pissing craven you've always been. What was it we called you? Wet legs.
What?
You bitch! Everything that happened, it was all your fault! And now you'll finally pay for what you did to me!
Goots, you...
If you want a piece of Nan, you'll have to go through me.
Fuck!
You great galoot. Out of the way, I can handle this myself. So, wet legs, you remember what you told me when we last met? An eye for an eye.
Oh.
Wise words, Sam. Wise words. And now, it's time to collect.
Is that what happened to her eye?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Is he...
Dead? No. But I reckon he wishes he was. It isn't easy going through life one eye short of a pair. After all, I should know.
You don't mean...
Oh, don't tell me you didn't notice. Lost it to old Wet Legs back when we were working the same routes. Said I'd stolen from his strongbox. I'd done nothing of the sort, mind. But that didn't stop him taking his little revenge. So I took some of my own. Sorry, lost everything. His coin, his clients. Always knew he'd be back one day to claim his due. But he crossed a line dragging poor Goots into this. He didn't hurt you, did he?
No, Nan.
But how did he do that to her eye?
Legs too.
Because it's like just her eyeball.
What if he comes back again?
What if he does? First we take the other eye, then we work our way down. He'll learn his lesson soon enough. But something tells me the wet legs has learned it already. Right. Let's get you back to the hideaway. You've attracted quite enough attention already. Ta-ra, Clive.
Remind me never to cross you, Karen.
But how did that guy even find out about Goots? Alright, so we'll finish up this other quest. So I'm guessing after we find this other guy, I have to go back to talk to Rutherford, and then I can go back and talk to everybody at the hideaway. Bad blood? It's not the quest I'm looking for, is it? Smooth like butler. Oh, I have to go back to Northreach. Okay. But it looks like there's another side quest here, so I might as well pick it up since I'm over here. I did not realize that was a new side quest. I thought this was... Oh, wait. This is where we're supposed to be going. Okay, so I don't want to do that yet. Because we're gonna... it looks like we're gonna pass it anyway. So let's just go to Northreach then. Because we have to go that way anyway for the main quest. So we have to go that way anyway. So we'll come back.
There's a lot of road between here and the capital. Rutherford's man could be anywhere.
Well, he's less than 100 yards away, apparently. Literally right here.
What happened here?
If you're with the others, they've already relieved me of my belongings.
I'm not. I'm looking for someone who was sent here by a man named Rutherford.
Then you found him. I'm Alistair Rockford, attendant to the Lady Ariane of House Wellesley.
Of the 7 high houses of Rosaria. It's been a long time since last I saw my great-aunt. Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? Yes. Yes, she is. The Lady Dowager has granted me leave to assist your Uncle Stuart. I was on my way back from the old capital when I saw some villagers being robbed on the road here.
Bandits?
They looked more like field hands, but it didn't matter in the end. I did what I could to help the victims, but all it earned me was a pommel to the temple.
Which way did they go?
South, toward the gate.
All right. I'll take care of them.
Yeah, of course.
Anna knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to Northreach, visit the Vale, tell them I sent you.
Thank you. I shall. Founder be your shield. It was only a short while ago that I was assaulted. If you hurry south, you may find those who did this.
Yeah, so these side quests are getting kind of repetitive. I don't know if I want to do all of them.
Could they?
So, and then it's like you just walk like 5 steps and then you find the fight. Like, I mean, I don't know. This seems kind of dumb. That they're like, oh, I don't know where they went, but they went that way, but I don't know where they went, and then they're like literally right there. do like hearing more about Clive's family, though. I didn't even know he had a great aunt.
Make for the town while you can. There may be more bandits nearby.
You don't need to tell me twice. Many thanks, traveler.
This looks to be all of them.
I thought I told you to make for the Veil.
And stand by as ill might befall the heir to the ducal throne.
It's just Clive. I'm fine.
And what were you gonna do?
That'll be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen attack so close to their gates.
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. Some days they don't even send out patrols. There are few hands left to work the fields, and even fewer to transport the grain. The market stalls are nearly bare, and the price for what remains is exorbitant. It's not uncommon to see a fight break out over a crust of bread. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits, I meant it. They were probably just desperate.
Rockford, listen to me. If you are to continue your investigation, you first need to seek the attention of a healer.
Of course. I shall return to Northreach right away. But allow me to thank you first. Had you not happened along,
Don't thank me. Thank Rutherford. It was he who sent me.
I suppose he'll be wondering where I've got to. I shall send a Bistolus as soon as I'm able. Good day.
My uncle certainly has his work cut out for him. If it isn't already too late. I should go and tell Rutherford that his colleagues are still in one piece.
Okay, yeah, so I was right. So I have to go back to Martha's Rest. I'm at Northreach. Talk to Rutherford, finish out this quest, and then I'll go back to the hideaway and finish those 2 quests. And then we are done with all the side quests for now. We've got a couple of hunt board marks, but I think considering they're both rank S, and then I ran into one by accident, and it was level 50, so I'm gonna assume that the other one is also level 50, and I'm not ready to face those yet. So right now I am at, what am I? I am level 38. Ooh, you know what? Do I have enough ability points for... Oh, was I... No, I already got that one. Okay, so what did I want to upgrade next? I guess we'll do Gouge. We'll master Gouge. And we already mastered Wind Up, so I think next we're going to work on mastering these. Oh, these are just upgrades. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I haven't upgraded them at all. I don't really use any of these. Okay, so I really only use Phoenix, Garuda, and Titan. Rama and Bahamut are like, I mean, they're fine, but I don't prefer them.
I see you're still here.
The Rest's location affords a constant flow of traders, and with it, a constant flow of information. Speaking of which, I received word from both my associates. They have resumed their investigations, thanks to you.
I only happened to be in the right place at the right time. They both seem to think the realm's prospects rather grim.
I am afraid that grim would be putting it lightly. Storm is in crisis, and if we are to free her, we must work quickly. And we must work together. Such is your Lord Uncle's wish.
as it is mine.
Well, he didn't tell me any of this. He's my uncle, and he didn't tell me any of this plan. Could have at least written to me or something. Ooh, the Breath of Light. Reduces flare breath cooldown time by 2.7 seconds. Okay, that's a Bahamut ability? Flare breath, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't that big of a fan of any of the Bahamut abilities. And I didn't really like the icon ability.
I will see that your Lord Uncle is made aware of the situation in both Dhalmekia and Sanbreque. Ah, and inform him of your timely assistance, of course.
Oh, look at Torgal and Joshua and Jill. We're all back together, all grown up. And that flashback at Phoenix Gate, they were so little. Torgal was just a little puppy. And Joshua was a little kid, like a really little kid. He was only like 10. Jill was... I'm assuming she was like around Clive's age. I think she was a little bit younger, maybe a few years younger, but she was older than Joshua. Oh, that's just showing me the side quest I can pick up. Okay, so we spent about an hour doing side quests. So we're gonna get back started on the main quest after I finish these up.
It seems the hideaway's lost its... So, did you have that word with Tomes then?
I did, and he was as helpful as ever. He told me exactly where to look, in fact.
I still don't get why Molly didn't ask Tomes herself. He's literally right up the stairs, right next to her.
Blueback wyvern liver. And, a herb known as Saint's Bonnet.
Ah, wyvern livers, was it? Well, at least it weren't actual worms, I suppose. Now then, you stay right where you are. I've got some cooking to do. Let's hope these grand old chefs of yore knew what they were on about.
Oh, that looks pretty good.
And here we have it. Fried mortress of skyworm. Ivan's offered to make sure it's fit for consumption. Well, I say offered. He as good as begged.
And rightly so. Is there any higher honor than partaking in a slice of culinary history?
So, not fit for consumption then?
What witchery is this? The crackle of the crust gives way to an almost violent richness. Yet, it is the piquant kiss of the saint's bonnet that tames this savage dish. It is a tour de force, a force of nature even, a maelstrom of flavor and sensation, a graceful beast emerging from centuries of slumber.
I think he likes it.
Well, I can't quite tell with all that nonsense he's talking, but I reckon you might be right.
Sounds like a
It was decent
judge on
I take
a
it.
food competition show.
It's remarkable, and I defy any man to say a word to the contrary. Sid, might I suggest that you command a party of your finest men and women to procure a dozen blueback wyverns forthwith?
I'll give it some thought.
So that's what happened last time I did one of these recipe quests. Like, at first it looked really, really bad. I don't remember who tasted it, if it was Clive or somebody else, but at first it sounded like they didn't like it.
That book may be a veritable treasure trove, but the recipes are hardly what I'd call honest fare.
Oh, who needs honesty when they can have majesty? Our companions deserve only the very best.
It seems the hideaway is lost.
Nothing like a dish of cold vengeance to foul the gut.
I'm sorry, Nan. I didn't mean to make things worse. I just thought I had to protect you. Like you've protected me.
Aye, well, someone had to. Your parents certainly didn't give a whit for your well-being.
Aw.
Reckon the both of us would be worse off if I'd not taken
Goots didn't make things worse. He put a stop to it.
Right eye, Goots. And I'd have you stay that way. So don't you dare go looking for trouble again.
Well, I will. If you ever need help, I'll do it again and again, and you can't stop me.
Why, you big lump.
Oh, look at Karen caring.
Play the hero if it makes you happy.
Thanks, Nan. I won't let you down.
There's nothing he wouldn't do for you.
That's as maybe. But if he's ever to make his own way in life, he'll need to start looking out for himself as well. Till then, he'll need people to watch his back, just like you did in Dalamil. Don't think I didn't appreciate that.
Of course. His family.
Aw.
Stop it. You make me one good eye, mister. Don't go thinking that'll do you any favours. A potion today will cost you the same as it did yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, the potion isn't that much anyway. Plus, I don't need to buy them that much. Oh, what's this? Continental sensor. According to Karen, a sensor packed with herbs and ambergris can ward off everything from insects to the plague, protect a home from thieves and demons, and heal any number of ailments, all while bringing love and fortune. So you can read, congratulations, Karen, okay? Displayed in Clive's chambers. I almost said displayed in Chive's chambers. Okay, so he's got it on his wall of memories or whatever. So these are just collectibles, essentially, which I typically don't do. But you never know when you're gonna get them is the thing. I kind of like these collectibles. They add to the story. What I don't like doing is collectibles just for like the sake of collecting stuff and they don't actually do anything. Like if you ever played Assassin's Creed, there are these like music notes or something that you can collect. I mean, I think they give you sea shanties or whatever. But like other than that, like it's just stuff to collect. It doesn't like give you anything. An ornate brass censer from beyond the outer seas gifted to Clive by Karen for his assistance in clearing her name. According to the cantankerous shopkeep, when packed with herbs and ambergris and left to smolder, the fragrant smoke produced can ward off everything from insects to the plague, protect a home from thieves and demons, and heal any number of ailments, all while bringing love and fortune. Oh, well, we just read that in the item description. I kind of also, I like this too because it's like decorating, it's like you're decorating Clive's room, which is fun. I guess I could always just look up what side quests gives me whatever I need to put on that board or the wall. But I mean, I've been doing every single side quest so far.
What do you want?
What do you want?
That it?
All right, so we don't have any other side quests available. Well, we got to go get that one that's past the main quest, but we'll get it. But I might have enough renown to get another reward.
Canva's walls will not hold the Akashic Hoard for long. We can only hope they hold it for long enough.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
It looks like Nectar has something new to say too.
How may I help you today, Clive?
I do have a new one. Newfound purpose. Since I can remember, I have served none but myself, turned my back on the world for a handful of skills and a heavy purse. A handful of silks and a heavy purse. But where has that left me? It is hard to keep joy in one's heart when all those around you are without. Something must change, and that change must start with me, a lonely porter.
All yours.
Amber.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Clive. Anything catch your eye?
Oh, there's that side quest I saw, but we're gonna go get that, so we don't need to do it here. But what is the amber that I got? A bright orange gem, its edges worn smooth by countless years of pounding in the surf. Lapidaries will pay a hefty sum for large specimens free of impurities, but it is the impure examples, namely those in which insects, lizards, and fairies are entombed, that command the highest prices, mostly amongst scholars and the occasional mad alchemist. Valuable, can be traded for gil. Okay, so that's the only thing I can do with it, is sell it. Oh, do we have new marks? We do. The pack. Oh man, it's a rank C. Really? You're gonna give me a rank C? A team of cursebreakers traveling through Tabor to the fields of Korova were met by a group of hunters from the village, who warned them not to stray too far from the main road, for in a gully not far hence rested a pack of wolves that even such practiced hunters as they would not dare to wake, despite the fine luster of the animals' pelts. Too many of their friends had succumbed to temptation, only to be torn limb from limb. Okay, so they don't let you like mark it or log, or like they don't let you track it. They just give you clues to where it is. South of Tabor in Dalmatia, which is, that's where we're going, is Tabor. So that must be why they put it up here. So through Tabor to the fields of Korova. Korova. I've been pronouncing that wrong the whole time. That's an A, not an O. Okay, so let's take a look at the map. So, fields of Korova is over here, south of Tabor. Well, going this way to Tabor. Okay, we'll have to look for it. Alright, well, we'll travel over here. That's where we're going anywhere. Anyway. The Crosbit Echoes.
We can use the ruins to cross the ravine.
Assuming they will allow it. The echoes have a will of their own.
Alright, let's explore. Make sure we got all of the map covered. A curl.
No holding back.
There's just one curl over here. I feel like this is just where he lives, and I just like came into his house. Wait, why don't I have full health? Regal sash. Sounds like a good accessory. Or it's a belt, I guess. Ooh, this is better. Among the citizenry of Dhalmekia, there are those who hearken after the heady days of yore, when the realm was as yet divided into its constituent kingdoms, an age of glorious rulers in golden towers, before all was usurped by the bean-counting bureaucrats who now rule over the Republic. Though little but legend may remain of these kingdoms, those who find themselves dispossessed and disempowered in the present draw strength from their imagined past. Okay, so most of my equipment, I don't buy it. I just find it, or it's given to me as a quest reward, or I forge it. Well, I guess you can never really buy equipment, actually. Like, they don't sell equipment to you. You can forge it at the blacksmith, but he doesn't charge you for anything, which is, like, kind of strange. Like, you just have to bring the materials. How do I get down to that level? So I never really have to spend money. So I have so much gil. The only time I ever spend money is to buy more potions. I could spend the money on different songs. I guess that's what the main thing for gil is? I don't know. I mean, I might start spending more on the songs because there's like a little jukebox in the hideaway that you can use to change the music. But it's not really something that I care about. But since I have so much gil and I don't really spend it on anything, maybe I'll start spending it on the music. Yeah, how do I get down there? Alright, we'll figure it out later. What? Is there enemies? Where? Oh, they're down there. Okay. Well, I can't get to them. Wait, were they up here and then I knocked them down there? I don't think so. I think they were already down there. Okay, so there is no way for me to get down there from here. So I'm just gonna have to figure out another way over there later.
Tell us about Yote, Joshua.
She's strong-willed, loyal, and deadly with a blade. Much like Clive, but with better manners.
Ow.
I do. Where are you off to now, then? Bound for the Free Cities, perhaps? Oh, no need to say if you'd rather not. We all have our reasons. Ain't exactly feeling like sharing with strangers myself at the mo. Truth be told, I could do with a bit of inspiration. Don't know which way to turn no more. Was doing a roaring trade back in Oriflamme. Right up until the poor Drake lost her noggin. So, thought I'd try me luck in the desert. And the Fang went the same way. And don't get me started on the mess in the bloomin' Dominion. Suppose I could try Camber next. But knowing my luck, the old place be crawling with the works before I'd even sat out my stall. But as I always say, where there's crisis, there's opportunity. The opportunity to mint gil, that is. So, where to next? Is there any money to be made in Ash? Do orcs even carry gil?
Okay. So he was like, oh yeah, you know what? I don't feel like talking to strangers either at the moment. And then he just told me his life story. All right, here's the side quest I was looking for.
You're injured. What
I
happened
just
here?
spilled my drink all over my face.
Ether flood up ahead. It swallowed our camp while we slept. My own men did this. Turned every last one of them. There's a village not far from here. Tabor.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
Were kind to us. It's only a matter of time before they won't stand a chance. We can't let those monsters reach the...
I'll go. You catch your breath.
Thank you. Our encampment is up ahead. Just off the track. They must not reach Tabor. Forgive me, Lord Kuka.
Isn't that what we came here for anyway? To
Rest well, soldier.
kill the Kashik monsters? Or creatures? I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like zombies. Except they're stronger and faster.
You said the encampment was close. Let's hope the Akashic are still there.
But they turn people into these like monsters. But that's always a recurring theme or question in these like zombie movies and TV shows. Like,
then we'll just have to be careful.
Like when people turn into zombies, they're not really them anymore.
I got here in time.
Get him!
We gotta fight the chocobo too. The chocobo's Akashic also. Poor chocobo. I always feel bad for animals that have to die as a result of what humans are doing. You know, like the horses that are used in war. Like, they get killed all the time, but they didn't ask to go to war. Or like animals that are just doing their job.
Someone there! Please, I can't move my leg!
That doesn't sound like an Akashic.
Yeah, I don't think they talk.
You're with the battalion?
I am. I heard the fighting. Are the others?
Taken care of. One of your brothers in arms told me what happened and asked for help.
Another survivor? Where is he?
Not a survivor anymore.
His wounds were too deep.
He was right to send you. Those things you slew are no longer my brothers. Tabor is safe thanks to you. Here, you've earned it.
Shouldn't Clive refuse whatever he just gave him? Like, he didn't do it for a reward.
You seem familiar. Have we met?
You must have me confused with someone else.
Hmm? Have we met that guy before?
Wait. That scar.
Son of a whore. You're Sid. I was there, in Cosnis, when you killed my brothers. I was there in Rosalith, when you killed my commander!
My war with Hugo Kupka is over. I bear no ill will toward those who followed him.
And what of my ill will? Coward! Draw your steel. Lord Kupka shall be avenged!
Accept the soldier's challenge. He can barely stand. Fine, if you insist. Oh. If he insists.
Fine. If you insist.
For Titan!
Okay, so it doesn't matter what you choose. Same thing would have happened anyway.
You're in no fit state to fight.
And this should be easy for you. Come on. Kill me!
For what? The sins of your master. You and I have no quarrel, and I will not strike a man who cannot defend himself.
No. I won't be deceived. Lord Kupka told us of your crimes. You are an outlaw. A murderer, not some
man. Like you or anyone else.
I am nothing like you. But if you're not gonna kill me, then go. Leave! Just know that I will find you, Sid. Someday.
Okay, here's another thing about this game. it will give you different choices, but it doesn't matter what you choose. The same thing will happen anyway. Like, at that point, then just don't give me a choice.
You will regret not killing me when you had a chance, Sid. I will avenge my master.
We'll see. Alright, let's go see what's over here. Oh, and the bridge is broken. Never mind. We did get a treasure chest, though. Alright, so I'm wondering if this road will open up. That seems to be where the mark would have been. It said south of Tabor on the road to the fields of Korava, which seems to fit right in this area, but I can't go this way. They blocked it off this exit, probably until I got to this quest. It's locked off, or locked out. Try to say blocked off and locked at the same time. So why not just, instead of giving me these little like checkpoints, why not just give me where to go, like the final destination? It gives me like these little checkpoints that when I reach it, it's like, oh, another 100 yards. I mean, I guess it's just so you know you're going the right way, but wouldn't you know that anyway?
Before. There are a few places I haven't.
Welcome, travelers. We don't get many visitors here in Tabor.
No, Chocobo is so cute. I love the way they sit. It's so cute. They sit over their feet.
Where now, Joshua?
There is a residence just inside the city gates. She awaits us within.
All right, let's see what you have.
Welcome, welcome.
Okay. I might as well buy this because I haven't been spending gil at all.
Fine choice.
And I have some stuff to sell.
Ah, not bad. It's a deal. Got anything else for me? Ah.
Ooh, amber is worth 3,200.
Got anything else for me?
I think I just made back what I spent on the song. I could probably sell some of these weapons too. But I won't yet because I have a ton of gil. Maybe if I like need the gil, I'll sell it.
Oh, sorry. Just finishing loading the last of our wares. We'll be out of your way soon enough.
The Gilded Path. Okay, so I can't go that way yet. Oh, wait, it doesn't look like... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, it doesn't look like this connects to this road, but I think I have to go this way first. Okay, let's explore this place a little bit before we go see Yote.
Yes, the finish is...
Forgive me, traveler, but no matter how deep your pockets might be, we only sell to trusted patrons. I do hope you've not had a wasted journey.
What? Why wouldn't you sell to just anybody that had money? The guy at the gate said that they don't really get visitors. So you only sell to people that live around here? But you don't get many visitors?
You can go inside if you want, but stay quiet.
Yeah, they're polishing the stones for shipment. Any sudden noises and they might drop one.
These aren't ready for sale, if that's what you're thinking. And I'll thank you to keep your hands to yourself.
I don't seem to have a lot of light in here for polishing stones. Much brighter out here.
Decent quarry's been hard to find since the sky's turned.
It has indeed. Can't blame the beasts for being on edge.
How are those new boots treating you?
They're fantastic. Soft as phoenix down, but tough as boiled bow.
So they built...
Cyril fellows are not fish, don't you think?
Well, scholarly sorts like him always are, aren't they?
So they built everything like upwards. Oops. A lot of stairs and ladders here.
So it's these stones to Canva, and the rest of the boxes to Dalamil.
Looks like they've got a lot of traders and merchants here.
You wouldn't happen to have a decent whetstone in there, would you, madam?
I'm sure I can find you something. All of these stones have a good bit of diamond dust in them. That'll see your sword sharp, all right?
Oh, I mean, it sounds like they have some pretty valuable stuff. So why would they not sell to visitors?
Here's the scraps you're after.
Thanks. Can't do without leather if I'm to polish these stones.
Thank you for the deal, egg, mister. Mummy made a pottage from it.
Sounds delicious. Perhaps she'll invite me around to try it next time.
Wow, sounds like Hunter is trying to date Mom.
Decent quarry's been hard to find.
I've been up here. Okay, so it just goes in like a big circle. Alright, so yeah, like the other villages and towns, there's really nothing in this place. Like, I can't go into any of the buildings. There's just a few treasure chests around. I can't even, like, talk to anyone, really. I can listen to some of their conversations.
Stones throw away. Oh dear, I hope it doesn't spread.
But you can't, like, talk to anybody. I mean, a few people, I guess, but they don't say much.
Careful how you pack that leather. Any creases or scratches will bring down the price.
Okay, so before we go meet Yote, I am going to take a break and I'll be right back. Okay. Alright, we're back. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to adjust my chair because I think it's a little too tall now. Okay, hold on. Be right back. Let me adjust it. Alright, well, I don't know how to adjust it, but I'll figure it out after stream. For now, I guess it's fine. Okay, so let's continue with this quest. Main quest. We're moving along in the story. I think I'm getting kind. Okay, mic cord fell out. It falls out really easily. Okay, let me see how far I am into the game. I think last time I was like, okay, I'm around like 70%, but these quests have been getting a lot longer. So I'm at Cloak and Dagger. I don't know, like I guess 75%? And the side quests have been getting really long too. Well, I mean, don't just like stand there like that. That's weird.
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor.
Oh, she must be from Rosaria then?
Knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix.
Of course.
Why did Joshua not come in first?
Would you care to elaborate?
Yeah, I don't get it either.
The Undying are loyal servants to the ducal throne.
Oh.
Or more specifically, to its heir. They have served our family for generations, albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception, they have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since the day I left Rosaria, Yote has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
You know what that reminds me of? Maybe it's because I just played Zelda, but they're kind of like the Sheikah.
You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
I but did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace. It is as you feared. The vessel we spied off the coast of the Crystalline Dominion on the night of her fall. It was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
The Black Galleon.
Joshua, the Einherjar is the Royalists' flagship. What business would they have in the Dominion?
Upon learning of Waloed's involvement in recent events at Drake's Fang, I sensed the malign influence of Ultima, and bid Yote and the Undying look into the matter.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after the fighting began. and set a course due south.
For Canva? Then it is Waluda Knights who besiege the cities.
What is left of them? Yes. And the Black Galleon sails at but one man's behest. Barnabas Tharm.
And we already saw he's helping Ultima for some reason. Meanwhile, the Agora, the free cities of Canver.
But are we truly safe here in the Agora?
The city guard have been paid, if that's what you're implying.
All the more reason for them to run.
Well, you are free to leave, Lord Minister.
Markets abandoned, warehouses aflame, blackened hulls choking every port in the capital. Canva is ruined.
The realm teeters on the brink of chaos, and all you can think about is commerce!
Forgive us. We were not aware Dhalmekia now subsisted on charity.
How dare you?
Distinguished members of the Council, you must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded, but I fear it will have to serve, my liege.
Very well.
My colleagues, do you not see? The king! He has come to save us from the Akashic! He is a gift from the heavens, divine intervention, our very salvation.
And of course, if it is compensation he requires, we would be most willing to negotiate a fair price for services rendered.
Fools! Your ignorance unbecomes you.
Your Majesty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would swear that the fiends washing the cobbles of Canva with the blood of her citizens wear the colors of Walud. Ha! So you do not deny it. Guards, fetter them, and see our guests to the dungeons!
Enough.
What? He killed all of them?
Pathetic creatures. That you should imagine yourselves worthy of salvation. The girl is still here, somewhere in the city. Her consciousness fair dripping with her late father's hubris. A consciousness to which Mythos is inextricably bound and inexorably drawn. See that he is made welcome.
Yes, Your Majesty.
So the King of Walud agrees with Ultima.
Surely the Prince's light cannot have sated you.
It's not like Ultima took over, because we saw him talking to Barnabas. So Barnabas agrees the humans should be wiped out and there should be some kind of new race of people put into place.
So then,
kind of like FF7's story.
Has Walud been under Ultima's control?
How long indeed? Based on what we know of Barnabas's actions, I would guess some few years, mayhap more.
But to what end? What does Ultima want?
The tapestry. Show them.
Why did Joshua not show up before and tell us any of this? There's a lot going on in the story.
Phoenix Gate, Drake's Breath, and now here. But what is it?
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself. None could tell me what the one in the apothecary meant, even the Undying. But I believe it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose. That figure in the center, the one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima. He is a god, or at least godlike, his very existence beyond our ken. The icons, and by extension their dominance, are meant to be his subjects, and while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it, like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
No, I don't suppose they do.
Clive, may I tell Yote of the lake?
By all means.
Yote, I will be accompanying my brother to the Free Cities. Whilst we are afield, I would have you watch over those Clive has made his wards. Omielos delan tuisag ilith. Though well concealed, the hideaway lacks trained fighters to defend its occupants should they be discovered.
But it is my duty to...
As it has ever been my brother's duty, remember.
If that is your wish, Your Grace. But please be safe. If aught were to befall you,
You have my word.
Aw.
Farewell, my lord, my lady.
We are in your debt, Yote.
Let's find our friends.
It's plain she cares for you very deeply.
And I her, which is why I had to let her go.
Okay, so I have a problem with Clive being special. Like, he can use different icons abilities, which is unusual. But why didn't nobody bring that up until like really late in the game? Like, all of a sudden it was when we were talking about why does Ultima want Clive? And then Jill was like, maybe it's because you're special, because you could use different icon powers. And I was like, that's what I was wondering, but nobody said anything. Like, I think they should have had people talk about, like, oh, Clive, why can you use other icons abilities, and just made it like a thing where he's like, I don't know, and at least it could have been acknowledged. But they didn't say anything.
She beckons. Who among you is bold enough? Is that blade for hire, perchance? Because I have a mind to make a killing.
Figuratively, I hope.
Well, yes and no. A passing caravan carried with it a rumor most fortuitous for one in my trade, that an elder Dread Evis had been sighted in the fields of Korava. Dread Evis are aggressive beasts. Compelled as they are to acts of violence, few survive to maturity, but those that do develop a hide of phenomenal value.
A hide you want to sell?
Eventually, yes. Though I would have it tanned first that it might be crafted into marvels the likes of which the world has never seen. Dread Evis skin is a rare thing indeed. But the worked hide of a well-aged beast? Now, that would fetch such coin that Gilbert himself might weep with envy. Bring me that beast's skin, and I will share with you the bounty of our combined labors.
All right. I'll hunt your Evis.
Of course you will. When one lives in such troubled times, it is a fool who lets opportunity slip his grasp. Leave Tabor through the east gate, but take the path that branches west. Once you reach the checkpoint at Tovany, you are a mere stone's throw from the fields of Carava. I eagerly await your safe, and above all, triumphant return.
Well, I guess I'm going that way anyway, if I want to find that hunt board, Mark.
A fortune in skin and scale awaits any man with a will to claim it for his own. Leave Tabor by that path and venture west. The ancient beast roams the fields of Carava, not far from the Tovany Gate.
Okay, so there's another side quest up there. So there's only 2. If I look at the world map, so it will tell me when there's a side quest available. It'll have a green exclamation point just like this. I've done all of them so far.
How you pack that leather. Any creases or scratches.
You there! The strapping lad with the sword. Finally, no one was paying me the slightest heed.
Is something wrong?
At the university, the students would hang on my every word. Sadly, this far from home, I'm just a vagrant greybeard.
The university? You're a scholar.
A specialist in ancient cultures. The most accomplished in all Valisthea, some have said. Not that I look the part in these tattered rags. In my heyday, no obstacle could have kept me from my studies. Yet here I am, a wizened windbag, bested by the many steps of Tabor. The answers I seek lying just beyond my enfeebled reach. Would you do an old man a kindness and brave the stairs in my stead? You'll be amply rewarded, of course.
Climb the stairs and
memorize a few inscriptions for me.
Memorize them? Couldn't we just write them down?
Some courteous soul is rumored to have carved clues to Tabor's rich history into stones dotted about the village. 3 of them, to be precise. 1 each to the north, south, and east. I'm here in the hope that those carvings might shed light on a riddle I've been pondering for some time. Namely, the otherwise undocumented origins of Tabor's unique people. People quite unlike those of neighboring lands.
I can't promise I'll remember everything perfectly.
Remember what you can. I'll piece together the rest. Make for the domed pavilions, and you'll have no trouble finding the stones.
What? I'm so confused. Why can't we just write them down? Or get some tracing paper and just like make a copy of it?
If it wasn't for those domed roofs protecting the stones from the elements, the truth of Tabor's history would have been lost centuries ago.
Okay, so I'm gonna check the quest description because I wasn't really listening to that guy. Okay, carved in stone. An aging scholar in Tabor asked Clive to go and look at ancient engravings dotted around town in order to help him uncover the history of the local people. Okay, so he said that...
How are those new boots treating you?
He said that they're like in a dome. Like this one. Guardians of the Crystal, the first stones of Tabor. Sacred hold thy noble blood till ends the mother's labor.
No history would be complete without mention of the mother crystals.
Okay, so
it's these stones to Canva, and
this quest doesn't tell me exactly where to find the stones, which is interesting, because I've always talked about how easy it is.
Have you noticed
but
the elder has
I mean, they're pretty obvious because you just have to look for these big domed things. Wanderers of the Golden Plains, lay your roots in stone. With pride recall thy noble past and make these rocks a home.
What Golden Plains might the wanderers have called home, I wonder?
And they're all just in a line. Like, I started at that one, but then, I mean, I just have to go in a circle. Children of the hunters, now tillers of the land, reap her promised blessing and give praise her gracious hand.
Farmers must have settled here in Tabor. I should speak to the old scholar before I forget everything I've read.
So you just have to go to in a big circle to complete this quest.
Considering their age.
Oh, what that I could have seen for myself. Oh, come, don't tease me now. What did you learn of this place and its people? Let's start with the engraving to the south, shall we? What did it say?
Oh. I don't know. Oh, I was actually supposed to memorize them? The great good Moogle Guardians. Okay, well, I know it wasn't that. Guardians of the Republic. It was Guardians of the Crystal.
Guardians of the Crystal. The first stones of Tabor. Sacred hold thy noble blood, till ends the mother's labor. I'm pretty sure that was it.
Fascinating. It would seem the founders of this city were descendants of those fallen charged with protecting the mother crystals. But whatever could have driven the Guardians so far from their sacred charges, I wonder? The engraving to the north is next, I think.
I wonder what happens if I pick the wrong answer.
Riders of the snowy slopes. No, that can't be right, surely.
In your own time.
Okay, nothing happens.
Wanderers of the Golden
So you could just like trial and error your way through.
Thy noble past and make these rocks a home. Or I think that was it, at least.
No doubt you're right. There are vestiges of nomadic customs in Tabor its guardian roots could never account for. This is proving most enlightening. Now, for the final stone.
Children of the hunters, now tillers of the land, reap her promised blessing and give praise her gracious hand. That's all three.
And so, we add primitive farmers to Tabor's founding peoples, the final piece of the puzzle. 3 engravings, one for each of the 3 peoples to have settled Tabor in ancient times. Guardians of the Mother Crystal, wanderers from across the plains, and last but certainly not least, hunters turned farmers. Little wonder it was so difficult to trace the roots of Tabor's culture. Those roots reach down through 3 distinct traditions. Nonetheless, one cannot help but wonder why this fact is not better known among scholars, given that the stones stand here for all to see.
Too many stairs, perhaps.
Ha! Too many by far. Here, and thank you.
Well, the people in Tabor must know those stones have some significance, or else they wouldn't leave them up. All I got was a goblin coin.
For years, I have pondered the mysteries of Tabor's founding. Would that I had made the journey as a younger man, when stairs held none of their terror.
Careful how you pack that leather.
Okay, so the other side quest is just a fight. Alright, so and this path is clear now. Orgel is not happy.
How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Yotei is otherwise engaged, at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins. Findings from his brothers and sisters afield are delivered here to be collated and catalogued.
Just how many Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady. Yet we are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix.
But you only met 2. And she was like, how many are there?
And has ever been our creed.
I see.
Clive and Joshua told you there was like a whole group of people.
But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
Why would it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you. Pray accept this token.
The Phoenix down. From Cyril of the Undying. Oh, the Phoenix down.
Of our order will reveal themselves unto you, if there is nothing further.
No. You are dismissed.
Your Grace.
Couldn't these seals that I'm given be copied very easily?
We'll talk about this later.
Like, if one person gets it, they could make copies of it and then sell it.
You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
Okay. All right. The mic cord keeps going in and out. I think it's I had my controller cord in the way. Okay, so yeah, I don't remember. I was gonna say something about Cyril, but now I don't remember.
Ah, Lord Rosfield. I'm afraid I cannot stay to talk. I must leave to collect the reports of our spies in the field. Now that you wear the Phoenix down, our brothers and sisters will no doubt reveal themselves to you too. Farewell, my lord, and may the Firebird's flame burn ever in your heart.
Oh, so it makes you wonder how many Undying we've come across, and they just won't talk to you because you don't have the seal.
Master Cyril, luckily. And thank goodness he told us before we set out.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. Okay, so Phoenix down to very classic Final Fantasy thing. It's the item you use to revive somebody in battle if their HP goes to 0.
There are horrible beasts down that way. Ashen terrors who'll kill you as soon as look at you. Would that I had the strength to kill them first.
Okay, so I guess we can go get the Evis, which is this way. Hi there, Rebecca. How's it going this Thursday? Hey, Bahamut. It's going good. How are you? How's your day?
You sure this is the right way, brother?
No, this is not the right way. We're doing something else. Oh, what's over here? Ooh, maybe this is the mark I was looking for. This is a big open area. Looks like a pack of stuff, but that's what I was looking for. Yep, it's them. The pack. Okay, so they're really only rank C. Why are you gonna give me a rank C mark this late in the game? He said, remember, you're on my side, Turtle. Busy and jam-packed with stuff. Oh yeah, that's good though. Good to stay busy. What are you up to now? Okay, that was actually harder than I thought it would be. I actually used a potion.
Shouldn't have messed with the leader of the pack, eh, boy?
Hmm. Okay, I'm just gonna run around the edge and see if there's any items or anything. How about you? How's your Thursday going? It's good. Nothing too eventful. Just worked all day. Practiced heel with my dog. Watched Shameless. Had dinner. Alright, I gotta go buy another potion. Guess I might as well just heal and restock on potions.
The free cities under sea?
So I am over 2 hours into the stream and I haven't even finished the first main quest yet. Usually I finish a couple of them in one stream, but the quests have been getting a lot longer. And I've been doing a lot of side stuff.
Welcome. Of course.
Alright, so to do the Evis, we're gonna take the Chocobo. That's good to hear. Yeah, I mean, I guess if it's not a very eventful, at least it wasn't bad. I'm just excited for the weekend. Got any weekend plans, Bahamut? Don't have time for you. Oh, okay. So, yeah, now this path has opened up.
This won't be easy. He may be, but it looks like there's still plenty of fight in him yet. This one.
Well, the guy said that the older they get, the tougher their skin gets, so probably pretty tough. It doesn't seem to have that much HP though. It's already down to about halfway. Yeah, that was super easy. Okay, I'm not sure why they're giving you such easy side quests this late in the game. The thick scaled skin of an Evis, claimed by some to be as old as the mountains themselves, though it has most likely seen but a decade or two.
This thing reeks. The sooner it's off my hands, the better.
Okay, so we'll just fast travel back here. At least I don't have to go all the way back here on a Chocobo.
Here's your hide, as requested.
I worried you might never return. Quickly, let me see it.
He reached into his pocket. A whole Eva's skin was in his pocket.
Yet as adamant as her virtue. This is everything I had hoped for, and more. Clearly, my trust in you was not misplaced. You must be a hunter of considerable talent to have bested the beast with nary a scratch. Join me as my honored partner. With my means and your might, we shall be as wealthy as the merchant kings of Zemeckis.
I don't have time for that.
Making a habit of this. I'm busy enough as it is.
That's what I said.
Very well. Though I believe fate had a hand in our meeting, it would be unbecoming of me to beg.
I guess he doesn't realize I'm trying to save the world.
Your business. Here, for the hide.
Yes, I might listen to some good music and go play some pool and take a class. Refresh an old skill I used to do. Oh, nice. Wait, a class in pool or a class in something else?
This is hide unlike any I've had the pleasure of handling. My clients will pay a fortune for the merest scrap.
Okay, well, that's all the side quests here, and I did the mark. So we can go to Canver, which we have not been there before because the game just doesn't allow you to access Canver until you get to this part of the game.
This is no time to ride.
What? Okay, fine. I guess we have to get out of the city. That sounded more like a cat call than a whistle for a chocobo. Orcish fodder? Yeah, we can fight them. Something else. Oh, okay, cool. What's the class? Oh, that killed a whole bunch of them. So I guess they're not so tough after all. Okay, it's weird. They just got this little dip up here of land that has nothing in it. Oh, where did these guys come from? I mean, they're not very difficult.
Clive. Smoke.
Is the city fallen?
Oh. It's over here. Okay, I mean, it just loops back around, but we haven't been over here.
Get him! Over here!
Alright, so it looks like we got some ability points. What can we upgrade? Oh, actually, nothing, because we have to save up for these big attacks, and they cost Costs at least 2,000. So aerial blast costs the least at 2,005 ability points, but I actually really like that one. Okay, we'll save up for those. All right, let's just circle around, and it looks like there's some items and some enemies over here. We'll just circle around and see what we can get out of here. Oh, did I already... Oh, no, that's the item I saw over there, I guess. But I can't get to it. Alright. I also noticed there's no elemental aspect to this game. Like, it doesn't matter what icon powers you use against enemies. There's no elemental weakness or strengths. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted Ambrosia. Let's get Ambrosia over here. It's not that far, but she'll make it easier. So yeah, I was wondering if Ambrosia was the only chocobo you could ever get, and it's starting to look like it.
The free men are still holding their own, then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble.
We did.
We should hurry.
Oh, there's some new side quests. Okay. You know what? We gotta finish Cloak and Dagger. We'll get to those later. The free cities of Canver. From humble beginnings did a handful of villages join to form a staunch alliance that now controls much of the realm's mercantile trade. Oh, Old Canver. The free cities of Canver. The warehouse district. So they're kind of like the United States.
You're late. We're starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Oh, he's as tall as Clive now.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Mididol, but everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
Oh, that was dramatic. Yeah, Mid's not that kind of girl. She's an engineer, not a princess.
My boy.
Uncle Byron.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
So these Akashic are being controlled?
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in the city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the Merchants' District to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into two parties. I will make for the Merchants' District, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
Oh, look at us doing parties now.
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Wait, then what's Clive doing?
Shall we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
Oh, wait a minute. That was 3 parties, really. So when he said we split into 2 parties, I guess he was only talking about Jill, Torgal, and Joshua. Because Byron, Mid, and Gav went off to go work on her ship.
Let's find those survivors.
I mean, I don't know. I think they should have put Clive with somebody else. Like, you always have Torgal. I love Torgal. I mean, he's a good boy. But we really, we really haven't seen much of Joshua.
A chance against those things.
I think we should have been paired with Joshua instead, just to get to know him a little more and have some dialogue between them. Like, Clive could have been, like, just as you're running around, Clive could have been like, oh, like, so, what have you been up to the past 18 years? He could have been paired with Jill too, like, I mean, we know her better than Joshua, but we haven't always been with her. So I don't know. I think it just would have been a better choice to put Clive with somebody else. I mean, we know Torgal really well. He's always with us. He's a very good boy. But, I just want to get to know Jill and Joshua, especially Joshua. Because we just got him back.
Fire and flood this one.
Alright, so I have to check this ability because I guess it blocks if you're charging and you get attack. I guess it blocks. It didn't do that before. I think it had to do with the upgrade. Okay, wind up. Punch forward, hold button to wind up attack further, increasing potency. Okay, so no, they don't tell me, but that's what happens when I'm charging the wind up attack and I get attacked. It blocks for me. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of the mage first.
What happened to the Royal Army? There's nothing but monsters here.
Ooh, and another item. Didn't even see this one. 3 spools of steel silk. Okay, not that I need that. You know how much steel silk and like bloody hides I have? I have 1,207 bloody hides. I have 1,142 steel silk. 1,673 magic ash. Like, I never have to use these for anything. I mean, you can use them to craft stuff, but I'm using those items, like, I never have anything to craft that's better than what I already have. I mean, you could sell them too, but, like, also Gil is, you know, Gil is not a problem in this game either. Like, they just make it very easy. Make everything so easy for you. Was there a mage? Okay, when I get these skills upgraded, they're gonna be even more badass. It was so easy. There were so many of them. It was so easy. They try to make it look really hard by putting a whole bunch of enemies over there. It's super easy. 2,000 gil? I do not need 2,000 gil. This is definitely a Final Fantasy that was created for new players. Can't go that way. It is pretty linear, which I know a lot of people won't like, and they'll be like, oh, it's not Final Fantasy, but I actually really like linear games.
That sounded big. Joshua and Jill must be busy. This one.
It was like a flame uppercut. Whoa, that's a big boy. Oh, he's staggered? Didn't even notice. Oh. Oh, you can teleport? Bro, I can teleport too.
Get him. This one. Get him.
This is the Agora, where the city's leaders gather. There may still be survivors inside.
So how did I manage to do that and still have full health and a full limit break? Like, it's just, the game just makes it very easy for you. Not necessarily a bad thing, because there is a lot of content. I mean, I played this game for a lot of hours, more than I normally play a game. I just think they could have made it more challenging. I mean, I think even for a beginner, I think this is a very easy game. This seal marks its bearer as a trusted ally of the Undying. We are glad to give our all in service of the Phoenix, to the Phoenix. Such is and has ever been our creed. Cyril. Cyril was also the name of a Final Fantasy character. I think FF5 maybe? Let me look it up. Oh, well, it was a town in FF Tactics, apparently. I thought he was a character in FF5. Or 4? Cecil. Not Cyril. Cecil. Really? Okay, my mic keeps not working tonight. Okay, so I've got 3,000 ability points. I can upgrade any one of these. Let's upgrade this one first. 4,000 to master this. Okay, well, I guess that's not too bad considering that the only abilities I want to upgrade that I have left are these 3 big ones. I'll just keep saving up. Oh, the active time. I keep forgetting about this. The active time lore. Free cities of Canver, a federation of neighboring independent city-states located to the southeast of the Dalmekian Republic. While originally part of Dalmekia, the cities achieved their independence in the year 857, hoping to step away from the Republic's internal struggles and focus instead on the commerce upon which their prosperity had been built. Political power currently resides with a council of guildmasters, prominent Canvarian traders, and craftspeople. The lack of a dominant or mother crystal to covet, along with its considerable financial resources, allows Canver to retain both its independence and neutrality in the face of considerable turmoil elsewhere. As such, it lacks a standing army, the defense of its walls having been relegated to a small yet well-trained city guard. That doesn't sound like a good plan to not have a military, because like at any time, any of these big kingdoms can decide they want to conquer you. Okay, so originally they were part of the Dalmekian Republic. Old Canver. The capital of the Free Cities of Canver, located at the tail end of Titan's Wake in Southeast Storm. It is a hive of mercantile activity where one can hardly move for the trade transacted on nigh every cobbled corner. The Canver City Guard, a private military force employed to keep the peace in the Free Cities of Canver. The guard is paid for by the city's merchants and tradespeople and is employed in the absence of an official state army. Its duties mainly consist of patrolling and maintaining order within the city walls. Orcs. A species of beastman native to Ash, orcs have historically lacked the means with which to cross the Strait of Otha and make ingress into Storm. However, rumors of their having been sighted at Drake's Fang have begun to spread as of late, along with speculation that they might have even joined forces with their longtime enemy, the Kingdom of Waloed. But are orcs smart enough to form alliances? I thought they were, I mean, at least in this game, I thought they were more like animals.
Where are they?
Of course.
These creatures. Does Ultima's reach extend this far? What the hell is going on here? Over here!
What? I thought, didn't we establish with Joshua that Barnabas is with Ultima? So why wouldn't his reach come here? Or I guess what he was asking is, why are these wraiths here when we've only seen them at the mother crystals?
What does he want?
You've caused quite the commotion. But then I would expect no less from you, Muthos.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt, and now you're here, with an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rosfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are
Torgal does not like that guy.
They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Sleipnir of House Harvard, and you will yield. Or not. As long as you don't hold back.
I never hold back.
This one.
Oh, he's gonna be one of those, huh? He's gonna be jumping all over the place. His name is Sleipnir? I don't know if we ever knew that before. I was always just like, oh yeah, that guy. Sleipnir sounds familiar. I think they've used that in another Final Fantasy before. They're reusing a lot of different names from previous Final Fantasies, which is good. I like that they're like going back to their roots. But if they're trying to appeal to new players, I mean, I guess you don't have to like get the references, but I don't know. I think similar to how I'm reacting to all of these like very classic OG Final Fantasy stuff that I'm coming across, I feel like you would just get more out of it.
Forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
What now?
Kindle your flame.
From my liege lord's armory. Gungnir.
No.
Watch closely, Muthos. Yes!
Okay. Kind of a weirdo.
Actually, I wouldn't.
Ratatasker.
Nice try.
That's the name of that like squirrel god in God of War. Or I guess he wasn't really a god. He was like a mythical being, I guess you would call it. I don't really know what to call him. Like a, I don't know, like a B-list god. Mr. Papakuka, hello, how are you? Thank you so much for coming in. We are in the middle of a very intense fight right now. However, it is definitely going in our favor. He is about at a quarter health now. Here's another thing about this game, limit breaks. Very, very easy to get. My second limit break. But I've had like 4 limit breaks in one battle. They are very easy to build up. I mean, usually limit breaks are, you know, something that you don't get a lot. I don't think he damaged me at all. Good to hear. How was your day? Oh, Sleipnir slain, so we didn't just best him, we killed him. Sanguine Insignia. After taking up the mantle of Lord Commander of the Knights of the Royal Waluder Army upon Sidolphus Telemon's untimely resignation, Sleipnir Harbard served King Barnabas for the better part of a decade. Intriguingly, however, there are no records of a House Harbard ever existing in either Veldemark or on the southern continent, begging the question, whence exactly did he hail? Used in crafting.
The vessel is strong.
Or maybe you're just weak?
My liege.
Clive!
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Well, what's that supposed to mean? Oh.
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
Yeah, I was gonna go ahead and get out of here. How far am I into this quest?
You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Walud.
Get back.
Oh, we're almost done with this quest. Honestly, Barnabas looks like he could be Clive's dad. So Jill and Joshua just ran off, like they were just okay with leaving Clive there? He fights like a fencer.
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing. No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised.
Okay, so he thinks it's Clive's destiny to become Mythos.
Try it.
Alright, we got a big battle coming up. Or not.
You are as weak as all the rest.
Oh, so they just made you think there was gonna be a big battle. Oh, Torgal's so worried. Oh, do we get to play as Shiva? Okay, I was not expecting this. I'm here for it though.
Oi! Oi! This way! Hurry!
Let me play as Shiva. Please let me play as Shiva. Oh, good boy, Torgal. Carrying Clive's sword.
Power beyond reckoning, and they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
What? What happened? Sometime later. What? You're just gonna skip over that part? City outskirts, the free cities of Canver. The Ironworks.
Will he be alright?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we're up to, they'd all want a piece. All right?
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. But he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gale into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You not mad or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake, my boy. Oh.
I mean, I guess
His help
he wouldn't be Mythos if he died that easily.
itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
Don't you dare do that again.
What of the royalists?
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. The Iron Hair wouldn't sail without him. Clive. Jill didn't come back.
What do you mean?
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
Huh?
The ether of her icon endures.
Oh, okay.
As long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
Wait, how do you know that? So,
Let's pursue the Black Galleon.
the different
Jill
icons have
I'm sure
different ethers.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But do you have an idea?
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose he might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself.
A Song of Hope. Okay, so yeah, those two side quests were pretty quick.
Right. Gav said that Otto might know something.
Oh, I can buy new stuff. Yep, I'm on the next quest now. The Enterprise is but a final piece from completion. Unfortunately, not even Min knows what the piece might be, though she hazards her father did. Clive returns to the hideaway to trace the footsteps of a friend. Okay, so let me see where we're at now. So we completed Evenfall and Cloak and Dagger. So I said I was like 75% of the way through, I guess. I guess I'd still put it at like 75. 80% maybe? I mean, I don't know. It depends on how long the rest of the quests are, because at first I was moving through these like really quick. But now they're getting a lot longer. Oh, it looks like there's some new stuff at the forge.
Let me tell you a story, Clive.
All right.
Okay.
Them rumours wet legs were spreading. Might be they weren't just tales plucked out of thin air. You see, there were a time when I weren't too particular about who I sold steel to, so long as they paid me the right price.
Yeah, you told me that already.
Others after flesh, but me, I were always one for gold. And to satisfy that lust, I sold to opposing armies, stabbed my every client in the back, made myself the most hated woman in the twins. But then one day I met a man who made me a different kind of offer. Said he'd give me access to a realm-wide community of like-minded individuals in constant need of steel and sundries. On the condition I sold to him and his alone.
Sid.
Was that the first time you met Sid?
Aye. And I fell right into his damn trap. He was true to his word, so I ended up being true to mine. And I soon started making the best profits I've seen since taking up the trade. And all without aiding or abetting any outlaws. Except Sid himself, that is. Told me about his plan to topple the mother crystals, you know. Said that with them gone, the realm would want for all manner of things. An opportunity for the likes of me to mint gil. Why, I reckon an enterprising individual could find himself the richest dam in the twins. And that's when he had me. I emptied my stores that day and moved into the hideaway proper. And the rest, as they say, is ancient bloody history. A dozen years on, and I'm still not the richest dam. Not for lack of trying, mind. But I can say that I have never been happier.
Aww.
They've all shown me there are some things more precious than gil.
That there are.
So don't you go messing it all up. Or you'll have me to answer to.
Aw, Karen cares after all. Although, I mean, she always did, really, because, like, why would she be doing this if she didn't?
Still alive, are ya?
Ask about Goots.
That great lump.
Why, he's the gentlest, most dutiful soul I've ever had the pleasure to meet. Aw. He might not be the brightest crystal in the crate, but he's got a good heart, and I'd far rather have an honest fool working for me than a clever scoundrel. Me too. I always said, you know what, it's funny because I had a coworker once post on Facebook saying, like, would you rather have somebody working for you that was like stupid or lazy? Like stupid but like a good person, or like, no, it was like stupid but a good person, but like smart but a bad person and lazy. And I like, you should always go with like the good person. I mean, I think you can't really, you can always like teach things to people, and everybody has a certain aptitude for intelligence anyway, but there's always things that people are good at. But as long as they're a good person, I mean, I don't know, it's not like something you can really teach, is like being a good person. Like you can, I mean, I guess kids are taught to be good people. Like you can raise a kid and you have to teach them to be a good person. But once they become adults, that's like who they are is pretty much set in. He never shirks his duties, never answers back, never dips his fingers in the coffers. I mean, unless they decide to change as an adult, like, who they become as an adult is like how they're gonna be unless they decide to change. You can't teach them anything anymore. But I mean, as long as you have like a good person, like that's all that really matters. I won't hear a bad word said about him, though I might say a few myself. The lad's even got Blackthorn teaching him the secrets of smithing now. So I'm keeping my one good eye on the forge. If that blowhard of a blacksmith should even think about doing boots down, we'll be having words. Blackthorn wouldn't do anything. I mean, Blackthorn's a lot like Karen, honestly. He's like an egg. They're like eggs, you know, like hard on the outside, soft on the inside. Ooh, rune blade. Long before the Valsaean alphabet became commonplace, early tribes across the Twins used a form of lettering now known collectively as runes. While most scholars agreed that these runes were merely a crude representation of sophisticated pre-fall writing, some religious sects believe that the symbols hold power that is unlockable only when used in a specific order, much like those inscribed on the blade of this sword. Okay, so like a spell. Alright, so I'm gonna wait till I visit the forge to see if there's anything better over there. Rune crescents. These arm guards are not only thought to be enhanced by the myriad tiny runes engraved about the gold-white dripping, but also by the crescent shape, which in itself serves as a protective ward of conservation. The Golden Testament increases gil earned by 35%. Do I really need that? I already have so much gil. A beautifully illuminated scroll containing the writings of the tongueless prophet Level, who is believed to have spread the gospel of Gilbert the Lender across Southern Storm. On Fortune and the Heavens, increases experience earned by 15%. Ooh, that one's good. A treatise in which the renowned astrologer Osmo claims to have successfully mapped the eastern autumn skies and proceeds to explain how the star's location is relevant in the fortification of the spirit. Okay, so I definitely want that. But how does... So this is like a star map, but how does that help increase experience? I'm not going to equip it right now, though. Okay, I am sure I have some stuff to sell.
You got anything else?
Okay, I guess that's the only thing I have to sell.
Trouble with your gear, or something for you, dear?
Rune blade. Okay, so I can craft a rune blade.
Not bad.
So I didn't need to buy it at all. And a rune belt. Oh, wait, that's worse than what I have. Rune crescents. Okay, this is better than what I have. Yeah, this is also what Karen was selling. Okay, so I guess if you don't have the materials to craft it, you could just buy it from Karen. That's why it's in both places.
And?
Oh, Goots has some more dialogue options.
Oh,
Ask about Karen.
There's no one like our Nan.
She can be a bit grumpy, but deep down, she's got a heart of gold. My mom and dad worked me like a dog and still called me a witless, worthless waste of space. Said it so much I started believing them. Aw. But then Nan got wind of how they were treating me and she didn't like it one bit. Pulled out a big fat purse full of gold and threw it at their feet.
Your lad's worth double that.
She said, and if you lot can't see it, you hand him over to someone who can. All that shining, glittering gil, and Nan said I was worth more. I'd never been so happy in my life.
And I've never looked back.
I started working for Nan right then and there, and I'll gladly stay with her till my dying day. Aw. Oh, you know what? I never knew Goots came with Karen. I thought Sid found him and brought him in, and he just started working with Karen. I didn't realize he came with Karen. That's really nice of Karen. On our own terms. I regret that both you and the lump had to get all tangled up in the wicked weave of my sordid past, but thanks to your meddling, I was finally able to put to rest matters that were left too long to fester. And with that finally done, might be I can sit back and enjoy this new world of yours you're so keen on creating. One don't need a pair of eyes to see the good you've done. Karen. Aww. Duty. My Lord Marquess, in your absence, shall I watch over my new charges affording them every protection I am able. I only ask that you do the same for His Grace, Yote. Okay, yeah. She's a little overbearing about Joshua. Like, dude, like, he's Clive's brother. Like, Clive is gonna want to watch out for him.
If it's knowledge you seek, we've tons of plenty.
Okay, I just went in there to get rid of that notification. Alright, let's take a visit to Tomes. Oh, what's up, Torgal? I like that Torgal moves around the hideaway. Alright, so we've done the both main quests that I wanted to do, so maybe we'll do some side quests.
I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them.
Not to level 6 yet.
Shall we consider today?
Ooh, there's a entry on mid. A new entry on mid. Daughter of Sid and student of engineering at the University of Canver. From a young age, Mid showed the same passion for invention as her father and an even greater aptitude. She is well versed in the secrets of modern and fallen technology as any scholar in the Twins and means to put the knowledge to use in the service of the Hideaway. Barnabas, I forgot how to pronounce his last name. Thamir? King of Walud and dominant of Odin, the Warden of Darkness. Though his nation's isolation and ash allows Barnabas to remain aloof from the affairs of Storm, and he is oft elected to do precisely that, his movements of late would suggest he has ambitions on the Western continent. Okay, that didn't really tell me anything new. Like, I don't know why they had a new entry on him, because his last entry pretty much said the same thing. It's, like, in different words. Okay, so I am going to go take a look at the Renown reward, see if I got anything new. I don't think so, though, because I just got one. And it takes a while to get a new Renown reward. Oh, Nectar's got something new. Ask about Nectar's adventures. Did I ever tell you about the time I flew all the way to the bottom of the Zemeckis Basin?
What did you find down there?
A deeper understanding, Kupo. From the outside, it seems so mysterious. Where does all the water go to, Kupo? Why does it never fill up? And what's behind the waterfalls? Those were the questions I flew to find the answers, Kupo, but instead I found out something about myself. I can't swim, Kupo. Oh, man. Alright, so I'm noticing a theme with all of Nectar's stories is that they always end in some unexpected, funny ending. Oh, that looks like a chocobo. Dread Comet. The hunters of Tabor speak of a wild chocobo that haunts not only the nearby Badlands, but also their dreams, for it exhibits a ferocity rarely seen in the species and has ripped more than a dozen of their comrades from gizzard to groin and feasted on their flesh. The bird is far past taming. It must needs be put down. It must needs be put down. Is that grammatically correct? The bird is far past taming. It must needs be put down. I am not sure about that one. Okay, so I gotta write this down because they don't let me track these. The sickle in Dhalmekia. Alright, so these two rank S ones, we're gonna save those. We're not ready for those yet. Okay, she doesn't look like she has anything, but I am gonna check to see when the next reward is. 1360, so I'm not far off.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Here you go.
Okay, so we got 3 more side quests. For Great Justice 2. So I must have done For Great Justice 1.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need.
I have not been to Lostling in a long time. Okay, I'm gonna at least pick up these side quests. We might have to do them next time. I'm gonna at least get them.
Clive, I fear that I must bid you farewell. As you know, our time grows short. The Lord Chief Justice's vultures are circling. We must strike now. Before we part, I want you to know that, though I may not always have been your most vocal ally, I trust you, as I trusted your predecessor.
Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. And I understand more than anyone how you feel. But is revenge really the answer?
It is the one I found. And it is all that I have lived for since that day.
But what of Lostwing? Everything you've built.
I built Lostwing to achieve this aim. Once it is done, the village will have served its purpose. My comrades and I are sure of our cause, and we shall fight to the last, come what may. But there are those among us who cannot fight. Children, the elderly, bearers afflicted by the curse. I would place Lostwing in their hands, if I thought it would do them any good. But a village home only to the frail and the infirm is not likely to stay a safe haven for long. And so, Clive, I find myself turning to you once more. Will you take them to your hideaway, that they might live even should Lostwing die?
Oh. Take the vulnerable villagers to the hideaway. You can refuse? I mean, there's plenty of room there, and Clive would definitely not refuse to do this.
I will.
Thank you.
He doesn't sound very happy about it.
I will not have it said that I did not see to the well-being of those who rallied to my cause. The people I speak of have withdrawn to Gotan's Bales, away from danger in case the Black Shields strike.
Understood. I'll make sure they get to the hideaway safely.
Then the last of my preparations are complete. Fare you well, Clive. And may Griga guide us. All of us.
Okay, well, guess he's not expecting to see Clive again. Oh, Clive's new sword looks cool.
Those who cannot join us in the coming fight are gathered at Gotan's Bales. I would ask that you see them to safety.
I'll search the village one last time for any stragglers. Then join Master Quinton and get some justice.
Quinton asks that Clive take those bearers who cannot join him on his quest for vengeance into his protection, before he sets out to see justice done.
To Gotan's Bales then, and quickly, before anyone else finds them.
Alright, well, it's not far, so guess we might as well. Once again though, I don't know how long this quest is, because it might be that you think you're done with it, but then it goes into something else. Okay, now I can get my chocobo.
Run like the wind. You deserve a rest.
So where did she go when she leaves? She's not even at the hideaway. They should put her at the hideaway.
Everyone, Quinton has asked that you come with me. He can no longer guarantee your protection, but I can. There's a safe place I can take you to.
Well, if that's what the Master thinks best. Sid, none of us would be standing here today if it weren't for Master Quinton. We owe him our lives. So we ain't about to start telling him what he should do with his. If he's saying we ain't safe in Lostwing no more, it's 'cause he ain't coming back. And if that's what has to happen, then so be it. I only hope he can see this through to the end. That we get to see justice done.
I hope so too.
Oi! You lot! Where's everyone else? They ain't already left, have they?
They've gone with Master Quinton.
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's manor. We have to get Quinton to call off the attack. It ain't just the Black Shields protecting the place. He's got a guard dog and all. A fucking monster. They don't stand a chance against that thing. If I don't get the message to him...
I guess it's up to me. As per usual.
Can't let this happen. Sid! Don't worry about us. You've got to catch up with him. We can't let Quentin die before that bastard does.
All right. I'll do what I can. Where is this manor?
It's way over to the east, through the woods. Evenfall, he calls it.
Promise us, Sid. Promise us you'll do what you can.
The manor's to the east of Lostwing, through the woods. Quentin and the others will be halfway there already. You have to hurry.
Please, Sid, you've got to catch up with him.
I still haven't paid Quentin back for saving my life. So don't let him die. Not yet.
Yeah, alright. Okay, let's see where this place is. It's far. Alright, well, we've got a fast travel point pretty close by. So I think after this, I'm going to grab the other side quests. I'm not going to do them right now. I'm going to grab the other side quests, do that new hunt board mark that came up, and then that's going to be it for the night.
Don't tell me I'm too late.
Well, it's a whole lot of bodies.
Quentin, are you all right?
No. But I am alive.
Yeah, Lumberjack Samurai, thank you so much for the raid.
Which is more than I can say for my comrades. They followed me without question all the way here. And they died.
Hello, Mobmigo? Is that how you pronounce it? How was your stream? Thank you so much for coming in.
This must be the guard.
Okay, alright, hold on. I gotta give you a shout out.
I'll hold it off. You go.
But
your comrades didn't die for nothing. They died for you. Don't let their sacrifice be in vain.
I won't.
Come on, then.
Oh. Okay.
You're no guard dog. You're just a rabid beast that needs to be put down.
Looks more like a cat than a dog. Lumberjack Raid, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream?
Nice try.
Good timing. This is in the middle of a... Well, actually, I guess it's not that big of a fight. This is just a side quest. But you did get to see a cool enemy. Although I guess he's not that cool. There are better. Okay, actually, I am about to go fight. After this, I'm gonna go fight a pretty... I don't know what it looks like yet, but it, like... So, in this game, they have a hunt board where people list, like, they post different monsters for you to hunt for a bounty. And they've all been really cool monsters. Well, some of them have been people, actually. Okay, he is not that difficult, actually. Okay, so this game, honestly, this game is very easy. I mean, I know they decided, they, like, designed it for new people who are new to Final Fantasy, but I still feel like even for a beginner, it's, like, very easy.
If only we'd arrived earlier.
Oh, guess what? I got a new chair. My old one was wearing out. So this is just an office chair.
Is it over?
Not one of those gaming chairs, but apparently office chairs are better than the gaming chairs.
And begged for mercy. And I cut him from ear to ear. Just as I dreamed of doing all these years.
Jesus.
All my plans. Building a haven in Lostwing. Freeing bearers from their chains and recruiting them to my cause. It was all for this. But what is this? Justice? My faithful comrades. All those lives lost. So that I might take another.
Quentin.
He's the only one that survived?
Master Quentin! Oh, thank Grieger you're safe.
You're alive.
And so are you.
He doesn't even have a name.
I'm so sorry.
He's just like you.
I tried to warn you about that thing. And I hate to say it, but there's more bad news. It's Lostwing. It's been flooded.
What?
Flooded? How? Oh, an ether flood. Not a flood.
Lostwing. My Lostwing.
Oh boy.
Here.
They must have stolen in after we left, just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Don't go in there.
Don't be a fool.
Okay, if he goes in there, he's gonna end up like these guys.
Damn it.
Okay, so if you're not familiar with this game, that blue stuff around is ether.
It's not going to last.
And when there's a lot of it around,
We need to make this quick.
it turns people into monsters and animals that aren't like magic people that can't cast magic. The people who in this game who can cast magic, they have a natural resistance to ether, so they won't turn Akashic, as they call it. But that guy will, and he just ran in there. I mean, if anything, he should have just let me go in there by myself, because Clive won't turn Akashic. I mean, it's like, how are you gonna help if you turn Akashic? Really? Oh, that's actually a lot of items I got.
I need to get back to Quentin.
No.
Quentin. Quentin! Look
Why did you go in there?
Thank the Founder. He hasn't turned. I'm going to get you out of here.
Sometime later. Okay, so I guess Lostwing is just abandoned now.
Welcome back to the land of the living.
Is Lostwing?
The flood has filled the valley.
Lostwing is lost.
I see. Then all is at an end. A strange way to achieve one's life's ambition.
No, Master Quinton. Save your strength.
Why? All that I strove for is gone. Only emptiness remains. I have nothing left to live for.
What the heck are you on about? You've got us, ain't you? Don't try telling me you only freed us so you could get revenge. We're more than that to you, and we all know it.
I thought you weren't coming back. But I prayed, and you did. There's got to be a reason for that, right? Can't we just go back to how it was? You know, you looking after us all.
Your work ain't over yet, Master Quinton. We believed that you were the right man to lead us, and we still do.
Are they coming to the hideaway?
Your village may be lost, but it seems your people aren't, so long as you remain to guide them.
But why? After what why would anyone follow me?
'Cause we're family, aren't we?
Family?
Yeah, and all our comrades who went with you, they felt the same. Lostwing weren't just a village. It was all of us.
It was. And as long as we're still here, it is too.
We can start again. Build a new Lostwing, right here in the Bales.
A fresh start.
You know, I guess they're not coming to the hideaway.
One life ends, and another begins. Why just a village? We could build towns. A nation, even. What's to stop us?
That's the Master Quinton we know.
Please. I am nobody's master. Quinton will suffice. After all, we are family.
You know what's funny, though, is that Lostwing never would have been lost if you just never started that side quest. They just still would have been there.
Permit me to withdraw my request. I will no longer be needing your help in looking after my people.
I'll pretend you never asked.
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our behalf. You saved my life twice over. And more besides.
A bottle or two of your finest red will suffice.
Of course. Nothing but the best. And I have a feeling that this year's vintage will be the finest yet. If you don't mind waiting, that is.
I look forward to it.
Hanged Man signboard. The emblem of the Hanged Man, the tavern at the heart of Lostwing. The village is a haven for the downtrodden built around a fallen ruin, one as apt to reveal its secrets as the Hanged Man's enigmatic tavern keeper. Oh, this goes up on the wall of memories. Okay, so this one reduces Wicked Wheel cooldown time by 2.7 seconds, an ability I don't use. So, you know what would be really cool? If you came back here...
They are right, you know. Lostwing can be rebuilt. It was more than a mere village. More than a staging ground for revenge. It was a vision of how life might be. Of how we who have suffered can come to find family again.
So you know what would be really cool if you came back here later and they actually built a village, another village here.
Quinton's gonna build us new Lostwing, and I'm gonna help.
If you came back and it was like Lostwing the second.
I'd have followed Quinton to that manor if I could have done, and I'll keep following him now. Wherever that surly bastard cares to lead us.
Alright, so what does Lost Wing look like now then? It's just empty with all the ether around? Yeah, I guess so. Alright, so... That's Dalmekia, so we're gonna run over to Martha's Rest and grab whatever side quest is over here. Then we're gonna go to Dalmekia, get whatever side quest is over there. And we're also gonna go hunt down that chocobo, because that's in Dalmekia. I can't believe there's a bad chocobo running around. Chocobos are always like so good and sweet. I guess there's bound to be a bad one. I mean, there are some bad dogs. I mean, most dogs are good and really sweet, but there are some bad dogs.
Ah, Clive. Just the man I was hoping to see.
Oh? And why is that?
You remember how some of Sir Wade's guardians took up residence here after the Akashic attacked? Well, now the rest have come to join him. Seems their barracks in the Lazarus have been lost to an ether flood. Now, I don't mind having a few more brave boys around to keep them animals at bay. I ain't daft after all. But we ain't got nowhere for 'em to bed down. Poor buggers are having to make do with haylofts and chocobo pens. I'd build 'em a new barracks here if I could. But where would I put 'em? There just ain't enough room up here on the rock. Which leaves us in a bit of a pickle. The people we're counting on to keep us safe are living like beggars.
I see.
And it ain't just that lot. There's bears to think about too. There's been more and more of them turning up lately, coming from all over looking for safe haven. But there's only so many we can shelter with the room we've got. We can't keep cramming more and more people into less and less space. What we need is a new home for our new arrivals. And that's what I was hoping you might help me with. If it ain't too much of a burden, of course.
Okay. What do I have to do for this?
It's no burden.
I mean, it's a little bit of one.
So, where were you thinking of making this new home?
Well, I reckon we could do a lot worse than Eastpool.
Eastpool. It's been a long time since I thought about that place.
It was a tragedy, what happened. And if any of us could have done anything to stop it, we would have. But what's done is done. And those who lived there wouldn't have wanted the village they loved to be left in ruins.
I suppose you're right.
The blight might be pressing in, but I reckon it's got a good few years left in it yet. There's just one problem. A band of cutthroats have made it their den, and they don't seem like they'll be moving on in a hurry. Nasty bastards they are too. I've lost some good men to their raids. Would have sent someone to clear them out sooner, if my boys didn't already have their hands full fending off the Akashic. But now we've got a few more guardians of the flame to call on. I reckon it's time we made our move. What do you say? Fancy leading a raiding party?
I do. Eastpool was once home to people I loved. I won't have bandits sully those memories. I'll gladly drive them out of there.
And I know the men will gladly follow you. I've already shared a few thoughts with Sir Wade about how we might be able to win the place back. And I dare say he's got some ideas of his own too. Why don't you go and talk to him?
Of course.
Yeah, so Eastpool was, that was like at the very beginning of the game.
All right, Sir Wade. Let's hear your plan.
So, I think it was Clive's old commander, his wife was there. And she gave Clive a bunch of Clive's dad's stuff. I still have it because I never sold it because I was like, well, wouldn't Clive want to keep his dad's stuff? So Invictus, she gave me Invictus. Archduke Elwyn presented Invictus to Rodney Murdoch on the day he was promoted to Lord Commander of the Ducal Army. Yeah, so it was, yeah, okay, so I'm remembering correctly. So it was Murdoch's wife, and she gave him Invictus, which I guess was Murdoch's sword. And then she gave him this. The Meshin Cross, that was Clive's dad's. The Meshin Bonds, that was Clive's dad's also. So I was like, well, I mean, I was like, I thought Clive would want to keep that stuff. So I just kept it. I never sold it. I don't need Gil. But then they all died at Eastpool. Like, that, his, Murdoch's wife died too. I don't remember exactly what happened. I mean, they must have been attacked. I just don't remember by who. Okay, this merchant has something new. Probably just a new song. Oh, no, it's a new, accessory. Reduces satellite cooldown time by 4 seconds. Well, that's an ability I don't use, so I'm not gonna get that. I am gonna pick up this music, though. I'm gonna start buying the songs because I have a lot of Gil and I don't spend it a lot. Okay, so we got that side quest picked up, but we're not going to do it right now. We're going to travel over to Dalmekia, pick up whatever side quest is here, and then we are going to go to... I had to write this down because they don't let you track the hunt board marks. Okay, we're going to go to the sickle and get that chocobo. Okay, I'm pretty sure this... I think every merchant has a song that they're selling. Betrayal orchestration roll, yeah. So I'm gonna start going to these merchants and start buying the songs. Okay, side quest right here.
If we're going to do this, we'll need help.
Oh, Eloise and Theodore.
Find it.
Okay, I forgot about them.
We cannot let this chance pass us by. Clive, your timing is impeccable. It just so happens that right at this very moment, we're in need of someone with your talents.
And what talents would those be?
Why, your fearlessness and your skill with a blade.
Well, of course.
I'm listening.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, when these dark skies swept over the Republic, so too did a wave of chaos and confusion. Randalar has been particularly badly affected. Many of the capital's bearers have lost their masters, or taken the opportunity to flee them. None remain free for long, of course. Most find themselves under the protection of the Fist before they get far. But the army too is in disarray, and finds itself unable to provide for its new charges. Which means it has been looking to sell.
And you've been looking to buy, to make sure these masterless bearers remain that way.
Precisely. It's the perfect opportunity to free dozens more, and for an attractive price, no less.
So where does my skill with a blade come in?
Though we may have the funds to buy these bearers, we have nowhere to house them. So we've been searching for a place where they can be resettled. Somewhere far from the prying eyes of those who would see them enslaved once more. And we believe we have found one. Cashlock. A small hamlet hidden in a canyon. The place was abandoned a long time ago, but when the men moved out, the beasts moved in.
And so, we seek the aid of a fearless swordsman to encourage them to look elsewhere. You'll help, won't you?
Encourage beasts to look elsewhere? You can't reason with animals.
How could I refuse?
Excellent. Theo, if you wouldn't mind making arrangements for the transportation of our guests, as we discussed.
I guess that was just a nice way of saying go kill them.
Sounds like you'll have your work cut out for you.
I will. We have an entire village to stock and furnish. Residents and all. Even if I begin right now, I'll be working day and night. So I'd better get started. Try to clear the place out before the wagons roll in, won't you?
I'll do my best.
So these two are interesting.
You'll find a village in Chadra's Thread, past Lateney's Cleft. My man there will open the gate for you.
All right. Wish me luck.
I'm sure you won't need it.
I know, right? Bro, you fought Bahamut and won.
Pass through Lateney's Cleft, and you'll see what's left of Cashlock down in the valley.
You don't think you can handle a few beasts? Okay, so these two are interesting. So Eloise and Theodore, they're interesting people because it seems like they only ever care about money. Like, they just want to make money. But then they also, at the same time, they like care about freeing bearers. I don't know, it's just kind of weird. Okay, here's the sickle. I guess this whole thing is the sickle. We'll just put a marker here and travel over to the jaw. So normally the marks are in like a big open area. So usually when I know a mark is in a general area and I see this like big open space, they're usually over there.
All right.
Okay, so we gotta go all the way up here. Okay, so I'm level 39 now. I said when I was level 40, I would take on those rank S marks, but I mean, the one I already fought and died fighting was a level 50.
Easy.
But I didn't mean to fight it. Like, I just accidentally ran across it. But I think I might wait even more because level 50 is really, that's really high. I mean, I know I said this game is easy, but even I was like level 37 then when I ran into it. Even for this game, like, I cannot take on a level 50 dragon boss while being level 37.
Surrounded.
Okay, so I'm gonna go this way because I see some like open area, like big open areas around here, like at this end here, right here, maybe right here. So it might be in one of these places.
No holding back.
I mean, you can usually see it too because there's always a drawing on the poster on the board. And I know it's like a brightly colored chocobo, so it can't be that hard to find. Oh, I didn't find it. This is the sickle, though. The cattery. Oh, that's where I fought one of the marks there, but not the chocobo. I guess the chocobo wouldn't be there because that's already one marked place that I already fought. It was a big pearl. Maybe, what about right here? Oh, I knew it.
Thanks, Gal.
You gotta look for those big open areas. Oh, it looks like a parrot. Dread Comet. It's a parrot chocobo. It's actually really cute.
Something tells me it won't be easily broken.
But apparently it's extremely aggressive, so there's that. And does this not have a stagger bar? I guess not. Okay, for a rank A mark, it's not that difficult. I fought another rank A that was way harder, but then again, I was at a lower level. Okay, how long does a spell last? Yeah, Chocobo was very easy. Comet feather. As truly red chocobos are rare, one might assume the same could be said of their feathers, yet somehow they are found in nearly every market from Dalamil to Northreach. Contrary to what the merchants hawking them would have you believe, however, the items on sale are more often than not the feathers of robins or even common hens, obtained by defeating Dread Comet. How do you...
There was nothing I could do.
Oh, he feels bad for it because it's just an animal. That's what I said. I mean, that's what I keep saying throughout like all these games that I play. Like, I feel bad when you have to kill like animals or like even monsters that are just like trying to live their best life. Like, they're just doing their job and you have to kill them. Like in God of War, you had to kill this monster that was guarding the Tree of Life. But she was just doing her job. And you killed her for it. Okay, so I'm gonna save there. Alright, so I'm gonna stop there. Next time, we're going to finish those 2 side quests that I picked up and then continue the main storyline. So, I should be on tomorrow night. I don't see any reason why I wouldn't be on tomorrow. I'm also recording a new podcast episode on Saturday, and I'm going to release it on Sunday morning. So check that out. It's going to be with my friend Captain Clutch. He's been on the podcast before. And we're going to talk about his journey from Twitch to YouTube, because he recently switched over from Twitch to YouTube. So another win for YouTube. So I just had another podcast episode with LMNOP, who is another person that recently switched over from Twitch to YouTube, and I interviewed her on just like her reasons why. And it's going to be exactly the same topic, just with a different person. And, you know, like everybody's answers are going to be different. So even though it's the same topic, his answers are going to be totally different than Elle's. So it's going to be a different perspective. Always good to hear. So please definitely check that out. All right, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. Lumberjack Samurai, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I will see you guys in the next one. Bye.